Hey T, so back. Oh yeah, been great. Thank you. All right, this damn language. Had enough. Had enough. I mean, there's other stuff that I want to figure out in the game. Obviously, there's more to the game, but oh, the language. So we're gonna be taking a fresh look. I've gotten to that annoying point. Granted, it's been a couple of solid weeks since I've been able to put a lot of time into it, but come back around to that really annoying point when trying to break through something like this, where now I'm questioning assumptions I've made early on. So now it's like, okay, I need to. That's why I've got some printouts, got some things that I'm going to try to look at a little bit differently and see where I end up with all of that. So basically, boring, horrible stream. Can't imagine be anything fun to get from this, but here I am and I'm doing it. So there you go. Hope everybody's been doing well. It's a startlingly black and white way to view the game, to view the manual. This was one of the first pages I remember being excited about, because I was like, okay, whatever these words are going to map. Like from page 20, page 23, these are going to map to things. I don't remember what those pages are. I don't think I printed up to that, but I only printed up through, I have 12. However, it works potentially even better the other way. So if I look at, let's see. So an 11 and 12 sit facing each other. And 11 and 12 says the game screen and controls. So this says controls. You misunderstood one thing. There's a page in the manual that can nudge you closer in the right direction without outright solving it for you. Feel completely lost, return to other things you want to do. Collect or complete the game. Perhaps revelation will come. Yeah. You're probably right. You're probably right. Like I said, we're changing things up. We're finding new ways to look at this. Hey, you know what? Appreciate it. Whatever you feel like. Don't feel compelled. I know it's like I said, not the most thrilling. Okay. Okay, so this was an early one for me, and now I think I know enough to more confidently try to break this one down. I think, because some of it I know, so or some of it I feel fairly confident about. Let me jump around a bit. Yeah. Let's see here. So this equals a Z sound. So controls, right? So I've got, that makes sense. And I've always identified these as, you know, an L sound, double L. And I know that this guy here is so this is R. And there's I've said this before, that some of the structure, like these make a lot more sense split apart, and then these other ones, it's like, okay, how to pull them apart to make more sense of them is tricky. I don't know if I've identified that as any sort of a C sound. No, I definitely haven't. Because and then it gets even worse, because then it's like, okay, now I'm the relationship between characters. I'm not obviously not C France. I'm just trying to explain my thought process, because these all make a lot more sense to me viewed together, top and bottom. But then piecing them out even further, it gets annoying. So then I'm only looking at them. So let me see if I'm getting like a. I don't think so. Okay, so maybe it's combined. Maybe they touch because it's more of a sound like that. Start writing it. I need to revisit my own translation. Oh, sure. Yeah, I would imagine that. Yeah. totally. Yeah, they just seem so disconnected. Granted, I haven't filled out many of those sounds. Yeah, something like that, maybe. I don't like it. I don't like it. And it's not entirely far off from something I tried once before. Just like, doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right yet. Printed 2 of those. Good for me. Eat up all the toner. Right. I don't think these had clear titles. It is kind of nice looking at it in this context, though, because everything I've been looking at has been sort of rewritten. And now that I'm confident, I think, with certain ones, yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I did I did a lot of that. Yeah, I need to go through these, I think. Oh, for sure. No, I get that. Data, am I going to incorporate? I mean, there's the, my goal for all of the R&D&D stuff is to kind of use them as launch pads, kind of starting points. I haven't, to be clear, I haven't done any of that, but that I've been collecting, a big folder of ideas and concepts and briefs, and I haven't yet. I mean, I definitely have gathered some insights from this game, for sure. Right. Same one. Okay. So now, again, with more characters that I've picked up that I feel relatively good about, looking at this stuff more line by line. Still fuzzy about some of this, but I feel pretty good about this whole thing saying controls, and this last part being basically double L and the Z. This is where the LZ, the controls, comes from, that sound. I also know that this character, this combination, this is a Y, this is an OO, so this is a U. I feel pretty good about that. Combined with the Z sound, this is U's. And it comes from here. Sorry, it's off screen. Comes from here, so it's U's. Again, sort of phonetic. And so I think using these two words with the Z sound kind of helps answer one of the questions that I've had, which is why do these lines sometimes connect? Because I know that that's the Z sound. I know that that's the Z sound. I know that these L's, well, this doesn't connect. And I still don't know whether sometimes or in certain ways there's meaning to it. But what I feel more confident about now, looking at these two examples side by side, is that the connection happens when there's basically a hanging piece off of both. So because the Y character on the above the bar has that kind of hanging protrusion to the right, because there's one in the same direction on the Z sound, the Z mark. That's why that is. So that gives me a better sense of how to begin to separate these, I think. So that's what is rolling around in my head. Which is good, because it's one of the most hated words in this whole manual to me. That's the next one. Oh, and I still don't know what this... Yeah, I'm not sure what that says. No, this one. The health potion button. Or the... I've interpreted it as potion before, but I can't justify that, especially because I just don't think that's what it is. It doesn't feel right. But this is just of some of the earlier pages that I think you get. My focus bug. I think so. I think something is making it freak out. Let's see if I can fix it. Of a lot of the earliest words that I remember picking up, this one is particularly tricky. No, I don't want to know. It's okay. I'm just explaining why I have such feelings about it. No, I appreciate that. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I could always look stuff up, I think, pretty easily about this stuff if I wanted to. So it's all self-inflicted torture. The only acceptable kind. Oof, that all took a dark turn. Oh, thanks, Agile. Appreciate the hello. Appreciate the support. Sorry for the the boring stream for you to stop by, but it's good to see you. Tunic's great. Tunic is basically, you know, top-down. Well, it's kind of it's isometric, you know, kind of from the side display, but it's sort of like a top-down Zelda game, with some sort of like Dark Souls type elements. So there's some precision with some of the boss fights and things like that. But the at the heart of it, in my opinion, the heart of it is that you collect these pages of an instruction manual that are in another language. So the game tells you a lot really early on, assuming you can figure it out and decode it. I've yet to fully decode it. So for me, it's a puzzle. It's a little puzzle container, and that's what I'm sorting through at the moment. It's not necessary to do it to, play the game at all, obviously, but yet. Okay, so that's maybe some sort of T. That would make sense. Ugh, I don't like any of these ideas that I've had. No, believe me, that's what I would like to be. Yeah. Oh, you can bet that once I can read the damn thing, I'm gonna be all over the place. Absolutely. I'll put my knowledge to use. Yeah. You're not. No, you're fine. Oh, cool. Agile, thanks for the 12 months. Well, plus I also I sort of read through everybody's speaking through a pillow to me in these chats. Somebody has to be really overtly, critical or negative for it to really hit me, I'll be pretty dense about it most of the time. I'm gonna assume everybody's got good intentions. Hey, Click Armory, welcome to the stream. Thanks so much. This might be a boring one unless you're interested in puzzles being worked on in poorly in real time. But thanks for the kind words. I'm glad you like the channel. This work, I really don't think. Sure seems like Hey, Construct. Yeah, book club. What do you think? All I know is I wanted to play more games about a year ago and played more games in the last year than I have in the last 5, so. Well, there we go. Oh, really? Well, good. Oh, you read that? Nice. Yeah, I saw that author had a couple books was curious about, but that's the one that I decided to pick up. That's the newest one. I've had the others sitting on the shelf waiting to actually kick off book club for a couple of months, and I'm like, all right, screw it, let me just do it. I think it was my explanation the other morning, yesterday morning, I don't remember, sometime this week, of explaining that how the daily encounter stuff is like, you know, putting the wheels on while it's in motion. I'm like, yeah, let's just that's, I use that explanation a lot more often. Yeah, so what's annoying about this word, actually all three of these words, I should have printed, I don't think I printed up through page 13, so I don't have any extra context for, I mean, I could just look at the screen, but I'm printed right now. Fairly confident that's roll. I just don't know what these other ones are. If I believe that this one up here is shield, then that makes me think that, you know, carrot-looking thing below the line is like a D, but I'm like, I can't think of anything that the A button does that a D... Maybe like evade? But that's... I gotta make those characters work if that's the case. And then this, I think I have that top level one. That's the... I think that's a K sound. So yeah, I'm not sure yet. That one looked good. Truth be told, the only one I didn't for was the first one. The prose felt far too dense. Yeah. Let me take a look at this one again. Let me look at the left hand side of the page. Because this has to be like move. That has to be move. I don't know what else that would be. So let me see if I can make that. Let me see if I can make that make sense. I don't think it's move. It's not move. No, it would have to be, or some other word for that. And this is going to be some sort of like focus or lock. And this is a repeat of the word. Yeah. Oh, hey, Nicole. Oh, it's I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Got to that point. Granted, I missed a little bit of time. Wasn't hitting the translation as hard past couple weeks, and then I come back to it and I'm like, ugh, I'm like questioning so many of these things that I thought I figured out. So I'm kind of back to basics, looking at some of these earlier pages of the manual, trying to figure it out again. What does that do? Thanks, Nicole. You like the idea of writing a book report or other essay after finishing? Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited about it. We'll see. I mean, it's just like, I don't think the first time I sat down, well, I mean, look, it's 100 times, right? I'll read 100 books and I'll figure out what the book club's supposed to be about. all good. It's all good. So I think I've been wrong about this caret being a D sound. If I interpret that instead as an N sound, then I have roll. I have roll and run, I think, even though I don't like it. I don't. It feels close, but it doesn't feel. Doesn't feel comfortable. But it does give me something more approximating potion, which is what I think that this is. And I think. $17 those items. Sit on that for a while. Let's see how that feels. See if it shows up anywhere else. Okay, that would maybe make more sense. Maybe that means ruin hero. That would make sense. Sure would. Okay. I'm gonna switch over. Can I not do that? I'm here, just bringing up the game. Hey, what's up, Data? It's fine. I'll just keep my music going. Music isn't necessary. I don't know why that's bugging out, but that's not why I'm switching to the game anyways. Just trying to make it work. It's not working. I don't really care. I don't need the audio for this. Just need this controller. Oh, inventory. I bet that says inventory. Invent. No. Maybe not. In. How the heck would it? Nah. You trying to remember what the buttons do? Correct. Yeah, I'm looking at specifically the left button has a couple, and I was like, oh yeah, what exactly does it do? But the beginning of the left button word, I feel good about as being like an N sound. So it's like, oh, okay, inventory, that could work, because this is obviously, maybe not. I mean, it would almost, it has to fit. It feels like it must fit. I just don't know how the last R sound. Okay. What else did I want to? Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. And that's obviously target or focus. Tilt. Focus. It's like a block or like a something. Okay. Right. Right. Let's use. I guess item would be. Could be item. Okay. Okay. Let me go back. Let me go back over. Yeah, I think I realized looking last time that I played the game versus translated the game, I found some potions that I don't understand. Or not potions, some spells. There are a bunch of spells that, or like at least a couple of spells that I'm not entirely sure how to use, or I couldn't sort them out when I was playing. I mean, I guess it could just be that as simple as one's an N sound and one is an M sound. Yeah, it's definitely good. Don't think that you have to like. I don't think that you have to go about figuring out the language in the game in order to have fun with it. It's just the torturous way that I choose to have fun. Is there a sneaky? No, there's not. I have not played Dragon Quest VII. Maybe I should add it to my games list. How does that? All right, Orphan. Catch you another time. Tron Ares. I saw the original remake of Tron, and have there been like 2 since then? I'm not very connected. I don't know that I was ever really captivated by Tron, sorry. Recent movie that I would recommend. Thinking. Sorry, my brain is apparently not functioning on 2 different levels right now. Barely functioning on this one. Yeah, I guess that's what I've watched recently was the full 1 through seasons 1 through 4 of the Umbrella Academy. I was griping about that the other night. Because I really, really liked that first season. I had some issues with it, but for the most part, I was like, this is great. Second season, I was okay with. Third season, I said, okay, the wheels are falling off. And the fourth season, I'm not even sure what I was watching half the time. It's a bummer. See a construct. Decoding. Playing like 5% for the most part, just as needed to like work on some of my. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, trying to decode it. Yep. And periodically switching back and forth. Like this. don't have all of these pages printed yet. No, I've made them myself. I guess I could go use the screenshots I've taken rather than this. That might be more elegant than the switch back and forth I'm doing. I've made them myself because I have this idea in my head of printing myself an instruction manual. So I figure, well, might as well start that at the same time. So everything that I've printed here on the table is from those sources that I've put together, basically like the highest quality that I can pull from the game. Because it'd be kind of fun to clean up what I can from the damage that they like, basically reverse engineer what they probably, I mean, my guess is that they somewhere this existed and they really did damage to it and then scanned it in. So it'd be fun to sort of undo that damage, print it, damage it, and try to recreate it at some point. That'd be a fun prop to have. Yeah, so that's taken a lot of screenshots. I've got some folders and some files that I've been working on, but that's where these prints came from. It also keeps me like locked into like my view of the game and doesn't, because I'm sure I could get decent quality sources for all of this stuff pretty easily. Okay, so these two words, where are they? Ruin and runes. That's what's vexing me right now. At least what I think is runes. It has to be runes. You have to dot matrix print it though on that magazine-y paper. Well, I haven't gotten that far with any of the ideas yet. It's, like I said, it could just be a pipe dream. So it's not, it wouldn't be, yeah, it would have to be on that kind of slick type of paper, but the hardest thing to recreate would be in some places in here, they've even, where is it? I'll find it. Thought I knew where it was. Maybe I don't. Hold on. Some stuff is only really visible when you zoom, but I thought I'd be able to spot it. The heck is it? Hold on. Here, this page. They've even, no, it's not the coffee stains. This is, it looks like misaligned CMYK printing, like multiple passes. Is what it looks like is happening. Like a page was sort of askew as it went through. Now that could be wrong, and that could just be the effect, but that's what this page kind of looks like to me. But anyway, while I'm here, one of these pages. So I found. Some of these might be useful. So I did a stint where I was just going through, scrutinizing, looking for all of the little markings that I kind of overlooked the first few times through the manual. And maybe this is what you were talking to Construct about earlier. Because that is a spell, right? The potion, drawing around the potion bottle. But in game, I couldn't, like, it's clearly happening. But I'm not sure what it is that's happening. See, down, over, right, over, up, that. Down, up, over, up. I think that it would oops, we're getting all the controls now. It only works right after that. Yeah. It depletes half my magic. And I don't know what it does. So there's that. But it also is lined up here with these constellations and these dots. And so I've got notes in my book to also scrutinize. This is like more on the gameplay exploration side, but it's nebulous to the point where I'm like, I will just wait. I think that's what those are. Yeah, I'm sure. So anyway, that neither here nor there, but right. So I think 20. So the two words that are vexing me right now are, or not vexing me, but that I'm trying to sort out in my mind, is ruin, which I feel pretty strongly about there, and runes. So the last couple of characters there is the Z sound, and I've got the Ru, but I think it's where the dividing line between the Ru sound and what must be another type of N. Just annoying. What else was I gonna look at? 23. More than just immediately, but it's only available once per time you save, if that makes sense. Sure. Yeah. Those are the same characters. Mm-hmm. Hey, Jade. Hello, hello. Oh, it's going. What is that referencing? Well, thanks. Glad it's worth it. You get every dollar. Okay. Clearly, I need more coffee. I'm gonna go grab that. I'll be right back. Then it will all become clear. Then it will all fall into place. Coffee. I do. Yeah. Not the clues unless it's like a puzzly type game. But yep, going back, I think all the way almost to the first one that I did on the channel. It took me a bit to figure out a good way to do it. So the first couple games probably not very elegant, but yep. I don't know. What was the first game? You guys can probably find out faster than me. Okay, let's look at that. Let's look at that one. Well, the trick is that sooner or later I either get it, you know, or no, sooner or later I get it. The only way I go other than just figuring it out is to, you know, use clues to figure it out. There's no way I don't figure this out. It's just going to be with how many concessions. Well, so here's now here's the next character that's annoying me. I'm pretty sure it's been annoying me for a while. It says carrot. Somewhere, at some point in time, I identified it on its own and determined that it's the letter or the word A. But it seems like, but it'll appear above and below. So then I'm like, okay, wait. Well, do the characters mean the same thing above the line as below the line? But does every character even show up above or below the line? Is that even the way to think about it, or is the above and below together? Is that one thing? Because if it's an A here, I don't know what the heck this word is. With an A, like at the end. Especially here where it seems like it must be an N, but I may just have to split this differently. Like the N here might be a like that. Like an in ruins, or sorry, runes. So I'm not even sure what that. So cold, dark, and rainy is, yeah, we'll get there. So like this, where it's like, okay, something, a something, something. So, you know, begin a new adventure, begin a new game. This one is referencing how many, whatever the game calls it, like gems that you have. It could be art, which I think would make sense because item, use item. Not knowing what the circle means though. This one doesn't have a circle, but I'm not sure how. I mean, gem feels like a stretch. What do they call it? The carrot is yeah. Good clues. Yeah. Yeah, good clues are... Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Jaded. Good luck to you as well. Well, I've just been like looping now in my head of like, wait, is there some kind of weird like reversal? But the relationship between nothing below the line touches the line. Certain things above the line touch the line. So it's like, okay, these must be like above and below must be unique characters because it's not as simple as a reflection, or it's not as simple as like that feels like overthinking it. But we do get, I mean, that carrot and the tall lines. Of course, and then I say that, and then here, they're totally written connecting. So it's like, okay, well, okay, that could be something. Gotcha. That's I would have figured, just the way the fox talks. Sure seems like that would be a sword lies if this is truly a. I think it is. You've thought on your clue a lot. Here, let me make sure that I can uptick a clue thing. We'll just make sure it works. Look at that, one clue. All right, there you go. Use it up. What you got? I need something to shuffle my brain up a little bit. And I've already taken the hit. It's on the screen now. I might as well benefit from it. The thing that helped you crack it was by identifying as many one-wide words as possible. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. No, you're good. I trust you. Thank you. It's a fine idea. That's assuming that I fully understand what can identify everything that is only one wide, and I'm not misattributing certain things that are not one wide. Hey, Des. Oh, I'm circling back through. haven't quite nailed it yet. So I'm looking at tiny words. Maybe they're tiny. Maybe they're tiny. They seem pretty tiny. I've identified them before as being pretty tiny, and I think that they are. I've only printed some of the manual out, but yeah, what I did was I basically did the zoom and screenshot, and I've been piecing together my own kind of digital copy of the manual. I think I did up through 12. Figured that should give me enough to do some damage. Yeah, I'm definitely missing the cover, and I think some other... Yeah, I definitely don't have everything. Oh, I mean, I think I do. I think I know some of the small words, but I've been doubting a lot of my understanding of it this kind of second pass through. So we'll see how I feel after this pass. I certainly have some ideas confirmed, but other ones I'm like, man, do I really know that? I don't know. I still hesitate to identify some of these as one character wide. In other news, you finished session 1. Did a combat when as well as 6-player combat could have gone. The Earth is still destroyed. I thought 4 pirates missing. The pirate got 3 tags off. Yes. That sounds great. Congrats. Currently escaping on a boat from a city that's under siege. You know, if they're on a boat that they kind of have to be on, it'd be a great time for there to be tension on the boat. Like, okay, quick. Grab the, let's just make sure, let's just run down, do all the checks, you know, cabin to cabin, like make sure we have all the supplies, and then somebody is observant and goes, so not counting us, how many are on the ship? Like, well, the whole crew, all 11 of us. It's like, well, the manifest has 10 crew members. Somebody here shouldn't be here. Tension. You love to see it. You love to feel it. You don't take that idea. That's a very complex, like, don't try to tackle something like that as your second session unless you're really gung-ho about it. Just throwing out ideas. Take them or leave them. Yeah. No, I get you. Like I said, don't worry about it. All right, I'll be here. You've given the party a rolled up scroll in a black box. It's locked, but I haven't investigated the box yet. Still unsure what to do with these, but I want them plot relevant. Okay. Definitely lots of cool stuff you can do with that. Any advice on how to say a box is impervious to physical/magical damage, and you must find a key to open it? Simplest way to do that is to, allow them to try. But yeah, probably the simplest thing is that whatever force they apply to it gets reflected back, right? So that's going to indicate that this is magically responsive or magically resistant. So if they take out an axe and the barbarian's like, I swing down on it, it's like, okay, roll to attack, right? Find out whatever damage and whatever it's doing, and then deliver that back. Say that it throws your axe back with matching force. Since you're holding the axe, it's not as bad, so go ahead and take like half the damage you just delivered to that box. If somebody casts a magic spell that should explode it, do the same thing. Maybe bounce it around the room. You can lessen the damage a little bit, but what that's going to do, two things. It's going to say, well, okay, that didn't work. It's also going to say, that also hurt, so I don't want to do that 100 times, which is good for us, because you don't want to sit there while they try 100 different things. But, on the positive metagaming side, they might go, oh, okay, well, if that's going to happen when we do that, clearly that's not the answer. And then just make sure that, it's clear that there's a space for a key. Maybe when they attack it, the little area where the key should go glows. And if they still don't get it after that, I might just say, okay, guys, above table, since this is your first time playing a game, locks require keys. I didn't know you guys were the first time you ever played any sort of game before. Should you give the party? I mean, have fun with it. Yeah, do all that stuff. Yeah, do all those types of things. Whatever you think that makes you smile, you should do it. You should try it out and see what they respond. Give it a fun name, make it the pet rock of the ship. You've fully entered the there are no rules space. You can just go nuts. Nothing wrong with that either. Yeah, fireball's pretty batty. Which is why I didn't take it. But I also never heard the end of it. Hey, what's up, Nice Peter? Hey, Stormed. Yeah. Yes, I am toiling away at that. Yeah, there's music, sorry. How's that? Oh, just when I talk. I'm not saying much. So I think I have keep your eye. Keep your eye, I'm assuming, on your stamina points. I'm getting little pieces. Homework. Yeah, well, at least I gave it to myself. Yeah. Yeah, Hebrew. It's weird for that. Partially why all that we really have are guesses as to how to pronounce some of it, right? It's been a while since I've since I studied Hebrew, but that was I recall that. Storm, no, and I only printed some of them here. I have more in the game that I haven't printed. I just figured it would be enough to work with. Yeah, of course. Of course. It's been a while since I've done some proper writing streams. Some cultures think of time as stationary, move through it, and others think of us as stationary with time moving through us. What if time is the thing that's moving, kind of like the water in a river, but there is also turbulence in the time? What if, like in a river, obstructions can exist that cause pockets just downstream of them that time cannot touch? What would be the implication of the existence of those spaces? Some cultures think of time as stationary. Okay, so what if time is the thing that's moving, but there's turbulence? What if, like in a river, obstructions can exist? I mean, if time was the thing that moved, like that feels like something that you would have to be attuned to. Because if you weren't, then when the current changed, you might reinterpret that as something different. Or if an obstruction or the direction changed, oh, well, that was, I forgot something, or I had a bad dream, or, you know, sorry, I was daydreaming there for a second. But people attuned to those sorts of things would say, nope, things just shifted, something changed. Either around us, in us, like we are secondary to time. So whatever it's doing, you can sort of pick up on it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, something like that. What's up, Matisse? Working on translating the Tunic language. So I've got some printouts. I've not yet cracked it. Something like that. Something like that. You know, I'm finding things. And yep, have been the whole time. I understand, though. I'm rarely there. Yo, yo, how's it going?
Well, it's going well. I didn't realize you were here.
Good. I know. We're here. I think people can hear you. Yeah, they should be able to. Yeah, they should be able to.
Yep, yeah, I can. Not like there's even going to be more talking now that I'm here.
I was gonna say I'm. Yeah.
Do you know the game Getting Over It?
Yeah.
Okay, there was a mobile app developer who made a cross between Getting Over It and Flappy Bird. It's called Bat to Bed, and it's really good, and it's really hard.
I imagine. Yeah, if it's taking those as inspiration.
It's completely relentless. Some of the wording on some of these is so stylized in the wording itself.
Mm.
I'm just reading a couple of these.
Yeah, I bet.
I was telling Construct, I counted up I think 12
Mhm.
proper nouns that I recognize,
Mhm.
and there's different words in the manual for certain things than what anyone would normally describe them as because it's being cute and stylized. Like health or hit points.
Mhm.
I don't think it's in the manual once at all. There's a completely different word for hit points
Mhm.
because it's being cute.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. What also helps with the puzzle?
Yes, for sure. Matisse says we have so much patience for this. He's truly in awe of it. At this point, I don't know if it's you who has more patience for still working on it or me who has more patience for still staying here.
What, you asking my opinion?
Yeah, I don't know. If you want to, I don't.
As you
I'm more
eat,
making a joke.
well, you're eating ice cream. I'm
not anymore.
But yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's a maybe different psychoses. Different but not unrelated.
I am kind of glad that I solved this separately in my own time because if I were trying to do this blueprint style in lockstep with you, I would have taken away from all this progress that you're making.
Fair enough. Yeah, and then just imagine I'd be done already.
You'd be done already.
We can't have that.
You must stay in purgatory of puzzle.
Exactly. Okay. To begin your
Have you watched Wake Up Dead Man yet?
I have, yeah.
I have not. I think I'm waiting to do it with my cousin, but she may have watched it without me.
Oh, that's annoying. It's good. You'll like it.
She doesn't know I'm waiting.
Yeah, I think that the yeah, Like on a meta level, it's interesting to see how different the three movies are while sharing. Like it just makes me want to see more Benoit Blanc stories.
They're great.
Hmm.
I saw a thumbnail for a 10-15 minute video essay that came out 6 days ago
Yeah.
about it had the three photos of Benoit from each of the movies with his face crossed out, and the title was, or maybe the thumbnail said, "It's not about him." I think the thumbnail said that, and I think the title said why the Knives Out movies are different than other movies or whatever.
Hmm.
And just seeing that, I know that the rest of the video is going to be like, well, because the story isn't centered about Benoit and his character. He doesn't matter to the story. It's about his companion. That's the story that matters. So I'm like, it's probably a very good video essay, but I think I
It's
already know the thesis to the essay, so I'm not going to watch it.
yeah, it's sort of ironic. It's sort of ironic how it feels like in some ways, especially it being Daniel Craig. You know, he had a couple, arguably like two really solid, Bond movies, and then some other ones he did. And what feels so fresh about these investigation movies is that they feel sort of old-fashioned in a way that it's like, okay, this is like a modern Sherlock Holmes. This is a case story. This is a story about a case. Yeah. But it's just great how confidently, even in the first Knives Out, it's like we're not gonna bother telling you about this person. We're just gonna do the damn story.
Like, what do we learn in the second one? That he plays Among Us in the bathtub? Like, we don't know anything about Benoit.
Yeah, or at least what you get from him is from the context from how he sort of interacts with the world and how other people treat him, and little bits and here and there, which is funny because I feel like that's what would really revitalize the reason obviously he was James Bond for me before he was anybody else, and I feel like that's what people would really bring a lot of people back to the James Bond franchise, is just get into these situations, get into these cases, get into the story.
Hey, you know what? Mr. Blanc's his personal life is private, and I respect it. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's just because you can imagine like the plotting nature, and that's what makes it feel so old-fashioned. It feels like, opening like an Agatha Christie book, and it's just boom, you're just here. We're dealing with a case. That's we know why you opened up this paperback, and it's to read about this. So we're not going to go like, okay, so let's tell the story of how a day, like we start off and it's got to be Benoit Blanc's like a day in the life, and then here's where he gets the invitation to come to it's like, forget all that. We're going to start in the middle of the interrogation.
You could someone could absolutely write a Knives Out movie that's like Benoit has lost a strange childhood friend, has been on the run because he's in trouble, and now Benoit has to help save him, and also his loved ones are in trouble, and it would be such a bad story.
Yes. Yeah.
That would be so bad.
Yep. I think between 1 and 2, between Knives Out and Glass Onion, I think I liked the ensemble cast in Knives Out better.
I think that Knives Out, I think none of the sequels will ever meet Knives Out, but they don't have to.
It's just so obviously it was over the top, but it was just so much more, I guess, grounded than what Glass Onion was, which was kind of the point. Like they were different things and stuff.
Knives Out is so good.
Yeah, it's really solid.
I was lamenting like a week ago that, so I've been watching these like just movies recently, not blockbusters. Actually, I've been watching a few horror movies. Cool. They haven't been good.
Yeah.
But I was like, all of the things that I've watched recently these stories have felt tiny. Not in like like the more recent Marvel movies is like Save the Universe or Bust. That's too big.
Always, yeah.
But this is like we are in it's like Saw, like it's but not Saw, like it's too small.
Yeah.
I haven't watched Saw yet, but it's too small and I want them like a movie that is large enough to have its adventure, have its character development.
Sure.
And now I'm just thinking about how good Knives Out is.
It's great.
It's such a good movie. I might put it in my top 10.
It's solid. Well, it's also just really rare to
Have an
find
original IP.
stories like that. Oh my, I forgot about this. This is not a recommended movie. Oh boy. So I don't know. This is a big throwback for you and a lot of the audience, but 12 Angry Men is one of those like classic.
I watched 12
movies.
Angry Men in middle school.
Yeah, well there you go.
Yeah.
Now, it's not like I was around back when but it's sort of a it's not like I
But
watched
even
it when it came
that,
out.
not too small. It just takes place in a single room, but the characters are real.
Yeah, so
They're not just vessels for the monster to kill.
so I was drawn to, I don't know if it's the most recent or one of the most recent Clint Eastwood directed movies called Juror Number 2.
Okay.
Certainly
about
took
it.
inspiration from, what was it, starring the what's the actress? He played Beast in the last round of X-Men movies. Not Frasier.
I couldn't tell you.
Nicholas Hoult or something like that, I think. And but he's one of these like young popular actors. And he's juror number 2, and it's about a case, and it is all the stuff we've been talking about. It does all of it the worst way.
Oh no.
Because it clearly takes inspiration from, where do you spend your time? You spend your time in the few hours that it takes these people to deliberate on this case. And that's everybody's, how all of the arguments go is the point of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're like, okay, what's going to be Clint Eastwood's take on this? And it's like, I mean, it's hard to even untangle the mess that it is.
If you're
because
gonna have a movie that's just people arguing, you have to be good.
It's got to
Or
be
else
solid.
You just look like a writer whose ego is too big for your britches.
And I hate this movie so much that I don't even care. I mean, I don't care if this spoils this for anybody, because it's like it's just such an unbelievable mess. And I can't say that I've ever been like, I felt one way or the other about Clint Eastwood directed movies. Like, I to be honest, I don't think I realized that it was him who directed it until afterwards, because I was so angry that I wanted to like, so the premise is that the juror number 2 gets jury duty, obviously, but we spend, it's what I was saying is so despicable about these types of stories, where it's like we're spending time with him well before establishing what his day-to-day is, establishing his relationship with his fiance or new wife or something, and she's pregnant, and here's his home life, and now he goes.
We need 45 minutes of
at least
his daily life of weekday work days, so that when he gets the jury duty notice, we also mourn having to.
They talk about it. Yeah, and like, oh, do you really have to do that? But the baby's due soon.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah. And keep in mind, in this movie, I think couldn't have been more than 90 minutes long. It feels like 3 hours long. It's just unbelievable. So he goes and it's a murder trial for a couple, or for obviously the girl's found dead, and it's about this, the guy is on trial. Yeah. And I might get some of these in the wrong order, but it doesn't matter, because it completely fell flat, because it's during one of these sequences that the movie confirms for you, just outright tells you that, and it's hard. I can't recall. I have to like go back and like break and dissect this movie, which I don't want to do. I don't even remember if it fully is only like juror number 2 realizes it in this moment or whether he knew it and harbored this dark secret. But this girl who was found on the side of the road, who this trial is about, juror number 2 was the one who ran her over. And he realizes that, or at least is reflecting on that while in jury consideration.
Excuse me?
That's the premise of the movie. Forget whatever was like, okay, so we're going to watch these people deliberate. It's like, nope. This dude is a killer. Just out. Movies comes out with it. Like I said, I can't recall whether he has like a revelation. I think he does because he was like drinking that night. It was like a whatever. But then the whole movie becomes, can he, which in a way could have been a really interesting take on it, but just done a better way. The whole movie is, can he sort of steer people away from, like, that's like morally, it's like, can he put this guy away, or will he like, can he convince everybody that this guy didn't do it without somehow outing himself? And it's just so dumb. It's all so obvious.
A much better thing about a jury.
Obviously, sure, yeah, way better.
Okay, so I've been rewatching with Sarah these last couple of days. My favorite comedian, his name is James A. Caster, and he's a British comedian. He has a 4-part series on Netflix called Repertoire, and I've watched it more times than I can count, and I reference it so many times every single day in my head because it's 4 hours of stand-up comedy.
Dang.
Like, people who love John Mulaney are always quoting John Mulaney. I am always quoting James A. Caster.
Okay.
In my head.
Sure, to yourself, yeah.
The second of 4 episodes is about jury duty.
Yeah.
It's this 50-minute comedy special about being on the jury. And yes, he goes on these tangents and things.
Sure.
And what's special about him is his stand-up isn't just joke.
Right.
It's a full comedy routine. It's an entire narrative across this whole routine.
Yeah.
Where he's telling this story, and then he comes back to this other thing, and then he comes back to this other thing, and so the more you pay attention, the more you notice, the funnier it gets.
Gotcha.
And there's things in the 4th episode that he foreshadows in the 1st episode. It's so good. So just some of the jury duty jokes. He starts off after he does like the warm up into the routine. He says something. So my friend the other day. So wait a second. Is it die if it's 1 and dice if it's 2, or is die plural? Anyway, he accidentally killed 2 people. I should call him my friend. He's not my friend. I'm on the jury. And then he's like talking about being on the jury and the other jurors, and one of them's a hype man for a log flume, and one of them's a teacher, and there's another guy named James. So he got to be called James 1, and I got to be called Wolf. I got to pick my own name.
Nice.
He says, I'll always remember that fateful day, the day in that letter. And I have it with me today. I'm going to read that letter to you. Here is the jury letter. And he unfolds his piece of paper and he starts, Dear Judge, please let me be on the jury. I think I'd be really good at it.
That might work.
So funny. Yeah, very, very good routine about jury duty.
That's awesome.
I cannot
that would be better. I mean,
recommend any higher repertoire. It's so good. You'll either think it's the funniest thing ever, or you'll not get it. But there's no in between.
No in between at all.
No.
Yeah, I'm realizing I think I angrily blocked out a lot of how juror number 2 goes, because I'm pretty sure by the end the prosecutor and he have a conversation on a bench where she knows that it was him and he knows that she knows, and it's unclear how anybody learned any of this. So
if you're gonna have
I might need to go back. I might need to go back and
you gotta have deliberation be the main part of it.
Well, it's just,
can't be clear what the answer is if the whole point is coming to the answer.
It's just, did you see, Do you watch M. Night Shyamalan movies?
I've seen a couple.
Okay, so Trap was one of his more recent ones. I don't know if it's his most recent, but it's one of the recent ones.
I have not seen that one. I know that he's notorious for always twisting at the end.
Yeah. This one kind of doesn't do that. He kind of, sometimes he does it, sometimes he doesn't. This movie Trap is I think, or maybe it was confirmed, I don't know, but it kind of seems in line with his sort of like pseudo superhero stories thing that he's done, right? If you're familiar with Unbreakable and Split and Glass, he sort of has these characters in this connected universe.
But I don't actually know the movies.
So it's irrelevant. But the Trap is about another guy who seems special, and it just so happens he's like an evil special person. But the point of Trap is really just to showcase M. Night Shyamalan's daughter, who in the entire movie mostly takes place at a concert, and the person performing the concert is M. Night Shyamalan's daughter, who performs a number of full songs. And I mean, it's a unique concept because, like, it's so going back to, like, if you've got this like juror story where the juror realizes that they're the guilty one.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to deliver that story in a way that it becomes a revelation at the end, and you're like, oh, I could have put the clues together and I could have figured out that that's what they've been hiding this whole time. If you're going to tell the story like that, there's a way to do that. If you're going to tell the story where you're out with it in the first 10 minutes,
there's a way to do that.
You better be damn sure you know what you're doing. Because you can do that, but that means that everybody in the movie now is sitting back and going, okay, make this worth my while now. Like, you just kind of like showed your hand. What are you going to do with it? Because
you have to have people getting close. You have to have your guy kill the other witnesses.
Sure, there's got to be a good story to tell now that you've outed it, because it's also kind of inherently silly. One of the reason that a lot of these twist movies has to end after the twist is because it's usually a little bit absurd, and it's like, okay, credits, we're out.
We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, the show's over. We've spent everything we can spend on this story. Let's go. Because if the story was interesting after the revelation, that's where the story would have started. But the story was interesting when it was all hidden and obscured. And
that deserves an insight +1.
Trap is a story about I forget the actor's name, but he's a guy that people know. And he does a good job. It's better than Juror Number 2. But the premise is that the concert is a ploy, or is being used to ensnare a killer. The cops are there. There's a perimeter. They're searching at all the attendees, and our hero is the killer. And they also reveal it in the first 6 minutes of the movie. This isn't hidden. It's not a secret.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about it, and how it's better than kind of like we were saying with, like, if you're going to reveal it, how do I escape basically a concert that is basically been set up to trap me? How can I evade? Because they only know certain things about him. So it's like, how can I disguise myself? I'm here with my daughter, right? She doesn't know anything about this. So how can I get us out of here? That's an interesting question. And obviously it's absurd and it's silly. And the whole thing is kind of, I think, intentionally played for laughs, even though it's really hard to tell with M. Night Shyamalan movies sometimes, just because of the way he writes things. It's like, is he in on the joke, or does he just write kind of really silly things like this? But that one, it's a similar sort of, like, the reveal is really early on, but it does some better stuff, even though it's not a good movie. But it is better than Juror Number 2. I guess I've just been seeing garbage movies lately.
Can't recommend that one to Construct.
No, I would not. Well, I mean, sometimes deconstructing bad movies is its own joy, but you got to be in the right mood for that, I think.
Now you just got me thinking back on the Lazarus Project some more.
Mm-hmm. Good, though. Mostly good.
Yes, it is good.
Good.
I didn't notice when the break from season 1 to season 2 happened because the autoplay just had me keep going.
That's
Um,
always a bit of a trip, isn't it? Where you like, okay,
yeah,
what's happening? What
and
changed?
because it's a streaming show, it like there's no real break.
Sure.
Um, because it's not like an episodic weekly. Well, time for summer vacation.
Correct. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. It doesn't
know
play with any of that.
anything about the change in tone from one season to the next.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I was thinking like this show is great. I'm having a great time, and then I start getting close to the end of season 2. I notice when I'm at season episode 3 that I'm into season 2 already because I see it.
Yeah.
Um, and I'm like, well, there's no more seasons. The show, they didn't make any more seasons. How can they conclude this in the remaining time?
They just
Are
won't.
they going to? I'm getting worried. We're on episode 8 now. There's no more episodes after this one. What are they gonna do?
Yep.
They're gonna end it on a cliffhanger because I thought they were gonna be renewed for another season.
Right.
But they weren't. And then I realized after that last episode of season 2 ended that they never really resolved the thing that was the question mark from the end of season 1. Like the end of season 1 comes and they're like, oh no, this thing is happening, we gotta stop it, we gotta fix it.
Mm-hmm.
And so the entirety of season 2 is about fixing that problem.
Yeah.
And then like they kind of do,
Mm-hmm.
but not really. Like it's worth watching, but season 2 is not nearly as good as season 1. And season 2 is more valuable for the premise, the potential of the show, than it is in what it ended up being. It's still quite good though. But looking back into season 1, I told you it's like this premise of there's time is resetting to checkpoints whenever the world ends.
Yeah. I remember that.
So like there's a quote one of the episodes early on, our main guy is like, but like you didn't reset it when COVID happened. And she's like, you found a cure in 9 months, you think we didn't reset?
It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's set in 2022 or 2023, I think. And the start of each episode is like, this is the character that this episode is about now. We're going to explore what's happening to this character. But not just right now, more so what was happening to this character during this important time a few years ago, and how does that affect who they are now. And so I think 3 or 4 of the 8 episodes of the season are dedicated to what happened 6 years ago.
Gotcha. Which is always a risk because some people, they don't like stories told that way.
Each time you see another perspective of those events, it's illuminating. It's so good.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I'm being so cryptic. I'm like, I want you to watch it.
I appreciate that.
What the thing was.
I appreciate that. I had a similar thing with the show. I looked it up eventually because I was like, I wonder if this show got canceled. It's a 3-season show that started out on Crackle and was moved to Netflix in 2021. I know.
It
it's called
started on Crackle as a way to start.
It's why nobody saw it. It is called Startup. It stars Adam Brody and Watson from the BBC Sherlock. I always forget his name, that actor.
Oh, the guy.
But you know who I'm talking about.
Panther.
He was, yeah, he is technically in Marvel
that
stuff.
guy.
Very technically.
Very technically. He's like the one white guy in Black Panther.
That's right. But Startup's kind of fun because he plays like a corrupt FBI agent, which is different for him. Like he doesn't usually play somebody that's bad. And he's a really good actor. He does
American accent?
Yeah, he's American. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
job.
But it's basically, it's funny because it's the show is sort of Silicon Valley meets like Breaking Bad or like Ozark, like it's kind of
Right?
it takes place in Florida, and so it's about these three people who kind of end up working together. Adam Brody is like the VC kid who wants to do the business thing. I can't remember this actress's name who plays like the Cuban, smart and has made some code. And then they, did you ever see the new Superman?
Yeah, with David Cornsweet.
Yes. Do you remember
Yeah.
Mr. I think he's Mr. Fantastic. He's the guy with the drones. He's got a funny scene.
Is it the black guy
It is.
or the bangs guy?
No, it's the black guy with he's got like the stuff on his face, and he like I think he like has the drones fight for him, and it's a fun scene.
Yeah.
So he plays, and this would have been before Superman, because I think this originally came out in like 2016 and onward. He plays the third of this crew. He plays a Haitian gang leader in Florida. And the show, like, it got canceled after 3 seasons, but the reason to watch it is for his character of Ronald, who at the beginning of the show, the premise that pulls them all together is that they end up with stolen money funding their little startup that's his. And so he's like threatening them, and then like decides, okay, no, we're going to do this together, actually. And so they've got this tenuous relationship with somebody in crime. By the end of the 3 years together, they've made a couple of different things, ups and downs, but he is actually kind of like the moral center of the show. Like he's like a like an anti-villain type of character. Like he's the whole show he's fighting this image that everybody wants him to be the muscle, and he is actually like this really clever businessman and does all this stuff. But it's funny because it similar to what you're saying, where it's like, oh, they didn't answer that. They literally, the cliffhanger that the show ends on, because they didn't get renewed, is the 3 of them finally being responsible all together for killing someone and them dragging the body off into the swamp. So it's like the credits are rolling, and I'm watching knowing that it's not going to come back, and it's been dead for years. And I'm like, what an odd, I mean, I guess it kind of works, they're in it. They really bonded, but it's like, it's just strange. I'm not sure that I've ever seen a show completely end with the characters, dragging someone they murdered off into the swine, just disappearing into the trees with the body. And I was just like, oh, this is such an interesting, that is a weird feeling. I guess maybe they'll be okay. It's just so
Give
strange.
me 1 second. I gotta take my headphones off to put up my hair, and I'll be right here.
Nah, you're fine. I need the time to finish the last of this translation. I'm doing so well. Get out of here. Get way down. Go.
Okay, I am here.
You're good.
One of my favorite shows, and I made a lot of friends through like online community around the show, is this Netflix show. It's got 1 season. It's called Julie and the Phantoms. I maybe have talked about it here before.
Maybe you have. I don't remember.
It came out in September of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
It's about a 15-year-old girl whose mom died recently, and so she's like depressed and stuff because she's sad because her mom died. And in going to clean out the garage of all her mom's old stuff because they're going to move house because there's too many memories here, she discovers this CD. It's demo CD made by this boy band who died 25 years ago.
Okay.
Like the launch of the first episode is 1995. And it's like, hey, we're warming up. It's about to be our big break. And then they eat poisoned hot dogs and die. And they don't show the death. They're just like, hey, street dogs have never killed us yet. And it cuts to an ambulance.
Oh, no.
So, like, it's tragic.
Is it a comedy?
It's a musical.
Okay.
So, It's directed by Kenny Ortega. Do you know that name?
I've heard of it, I think.
Kenny Ortega is the man who directed Newsies,
Oh,
Dirty
yeah.
Dancing,
Gotcha.
but
Okay.
also High School Musical and Descendants.
Gotcha.
So it feels very High School Musical at times. Um,
Sure.
and so flash forward to 2020, this girl discovers these three boys who died in their boy band, and they form a band with her. And so there's her and these three ghosts, and it rehashes at the start, like time near the start of every single episode. Because who knows? It's a show made for children. Maybe they're not binging the only 4 hour duration entire show in one sitting. Maybe they're watching
True.
this days apart. So we have to remind them about the premise of the show
You do.
every time,
Every
that
single time.
no one can see the ghosts. But if the ghosts are playing music, then people can hear them.
Ah,
But if the ghosts are playing music with Julie, then people can see them as well.
okay. Gotcha.
Um, so people think that she has a hologram band. Um,
Okay.
and she has to help them figure out their unfinished business because their time is running out before they can cross over. And so they have to play the show that they never got to play because they died that night, yada yada.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah, it
end of
all
the show
makes sense
happens.
so far. Yeah.
We come to the end of the show. They play that fateful performance um, right before crossing over.
Mm.
Turns out that they didn't. They just wanted her to think that they did, and they're gonna go flash out of existence, hiding in the garage, because the bad guy had like cursed them or something. You don't really need to know too much
It's
about
not,
it.
yeah, it's not that big a deal. Yeah.
The bad guy ghost cursed the good guy ghost. Um, but then they like they have this magical hug moment where they're like, no music's worth making if we're not making it with you. We're never going to go work for him in his house band for his club. We're going to stay here even if it kills us a second time.
Oh no.
And um but then because of the power of friendship, they're all able to hug, and she's able to touch them for the first time. They're ghosts. They're
Mm-hmm.
intangible, but they can hug and they can touch. And what what's the implications of that? I don't know. The scene ends, and then we have a tag scene where this boy Nick, who Julie used to have a crush on,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't anymore because now she has a crush on the ghost boy. Um,
Naturally.
but now Nick has a crush on Julie. Comes to her door to say, "Hey, you guys did a great job performing last night. I brought you these flowers to say good job." But right after he rings the doorbell, before she comes to the door, the bad guy ghost is there, and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna possess you now." And then the show ends,
That's
and I'm
amazing.
like, "Why'd this get canceled?
How could
It's so good."
it?
Oh my gosh, the surrounding internet around this show was
Mm,
so mad at Netflix
I
because so
bet.
it came out in September of 2020, ends on this cliffhanger, and then for 15 months it is not renewed, and it is not canceled,
Oof.
and it's used in all of Netflix's promotional material to be like, "Hey, come to our platform, look at all these good shows we have." And so it wasn't until December of 21 that they finally said, "Hey, we're canceling the show."
Yeah, it's not coming back. Oh man.
All of these child actors have outgrown their parts at this point. The lead girl was 15. She was 14 when she was cast. She was 15 when they recorded.
Oh man.
So good. Um, so all these actors are growing up. She's married at this point. Um, and also in that time, Kenny Ortega had an exclusive contract with Netflix, so it wasn't like they could get the show picked
Mm,
up by anyone else.
right.
So the surrounding space around it was a mess. But I love this show so much. And because it's sitting right there in that lighthearted kids show
Right.
pocket,
Yeah.
but then it's also about this tragic death,
Mm-hmm.
you have so much potential.
It's true, you do.
It's a fun one. But speaking of shows that get canceled with cliffhangers.
Yeah, they're man. I think I've mentioned Flash Forward before. That was
Tell me about it again.
the premise is great. It just was ahead of its time, maybe, but the network TV back in the day, so it was too long. Too many episodes. But the premise is the entire world blacks out for 2 minutes, and during those 2 minutes, everybody sees. People are able to piece together after they wake up that they all witnessed basically 1 year into their future. 2 minutes of time a year from now. And
That's
so yeah, it's a great question, right? And so there's multiple layers to the show, right? Because on the topmost layer, it's why did that happen to everybody? The secondary question for all these characters, yes, the whole host of characters is what did they each see? And then you've got, of course, some people who saw stuff where it's like, I don't even know the people. That wasn't my partner that I was with. I don't even know that person, right? So there's a whole storyline.
Something terrible happened, so now I need to try to change my fate.
Or the poor paramedic, I think, who was like, I didn't see anything. Or like what? So okay.
Great premise.
And everybody's grappling for the entire first season as it gets closer and closer to that date with the question of, is this definitive or can you change it? The fact that we saw it, are we stuck or can we change? And this is like a whole worldwide, everybody responds in different ways. And at the end of the first episode, even with all of that wonderful stuff, it's the end of the first episode because they've got some generic FBI guy who's going to investigate and we're going to follow through, right? And they see at the end of the first episode, they're like, hey, this London footage during the blackout, whenever, because, there's cars crashing and planes crashing. It's a terrible event, worldwide event. Yeah. They're like, look, at this time, look at this dude. One person in the world was awake. We got to find that guy. So the entire season is about that, and then they didn't get picked up. So the way that and I think they probably knew. So the finale, maybe they didn't, I don't know, but the finale had it happen again, except this time it was like 20 years out, and the main character saw his like daughter grown up, and she spoke to him and gave him a message. So it's like a great it's not mind-blowing in terms of like nobody could ever come up with that, but in terms of a show, it's like they could have, if that was nowadays, if that was on Netflix tomorrow and it's 6 or 8 episodes or something, I mean, shoot, even what I'm saying would have been a better way to end the Umbrella Academy. That could have been a 4th season. Which actually, now that I say that, the subway was a fine idea. Even as much as it kind of cracked open. I mean, every season sort of broke the previous season in terms of like, it felt like they were kind of racing faster and faster and faster. At a certain point, it was all going to not work anymore. The
fact that 5 killed JFK is insane.
Yeah, all the way from there, right? But even so, like they had circled back so many times that it made sense for there to be like just the timeline was not a coherent. It's not one thing anymore. It couldn't be, right? It didn't make any sense.
At least what the Umbrella Academy has, though, is it's one season can stand entirely on its own. Yes, it is a cliffhanger with the moon hitting the world.
Right.
But that can just also be an ending.
It just made the second season so great because they had the mess of finding everybody again. It was just it was just a better version of what they tried to do in the last season, which is kind of that again. Like, let's scatter everybody and put them through.
But this time without powers.
Yeah, which, you know what? I would have been all for it if they would have had the guts to stick to it, but then they didn't in like the worst way.
I was so excited at the end of season 3 to see what they do without their powers, and then
they're like, they didn't commit. I mean, even some of the awkward stuff, like I just remember being so irritated. It's such a relief when stories will allow characters to be intelligent. And especially once they got to season 3, once they kind of got back and to see like
was that the one in the hotel?
Yeah, we're all, and the whole time I'm like, how do they know about this hotel? And like, okay, I guess this is just where they live now. Just have to accept it.
Yeah, because so it was modern day, and then it was the 60s, and then it was the hotel, and then it was just kind of after.
Yes. But
Yeah.
the idea that what's her face in season 3 was like, I'm gonna go find my daughter,
Allison?
Allison. Thank you. And it's like,
I really liked Allison early on.
you guys just traveled through time, changed time, and have had the biggest smack in the face confirmation that the time you're currently in ain't the time you left.
Hmm.
Who are you
Why do you think your
expecting to
daughter is dead?
find? Like,
Yeah.
the much more reasonable thing for her to find is like, I mean, obviously they didn't because none of them existed at all, but she was gonna find like another version of herself, if anything. It's like, why would you expect? It was so irritating that they forced, because it took like a couple of episodes for them to finally like help her realize what everybody I feel like would just assume, like, okay, well, this is busted, we gotta
Yeah.
change this again. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like you said, the first one's great. I wish that some of the stuff had worked out a little bit differently, but honestly, the first one is just so good, and the second one's strong, and then it just less and
Yeah.
less and less. So
There
it's
are
too bad.
pieces to hold on to from seasons
Yeah,
3 and 4, and there are pieces to let go of.
definitely.
Yeah. Uh, Another show that I really liked, it was a network TV show from I think 2018 or something. It was called Deception.
Mm. Okay.
Um, I don't remember the actor's name, but um, he is in Tenet. He's the guy from the French airport, like the gallery tour guy in
Mm.
Tenet, but
Okay.
he's in the TV show. He plays the main character.
Yeah.
Um, and so the premise is this magician gets framed for murder for crashing his car into this woman.
Okay.
Um, but it wasn't him because it was actually his twin brother, and like their dad raised them as magicians, like you're gonna be a secret twin forever so that you can do this magic teleportation trick,
Mm-hmm.
and no one will ever know the trick. You've seen this sort of premise before,
Yep.
um, but beginning of episode 1, Cameron is free, Jonathan's put in jail,
Mm.
and Cameron's like, no, you didn't do this. I'm gonna figure out how to prove that you didn't do this because there's camera footage at that intersection. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's proof. The woman who died, or uh, Jonathan was like on a date with this woman who had two different color eyes,
Okay.
and then she framed him for having killed her, but the woman who died had the same color eyes. So he's like, that's
Mm.
not the same woman.
Yeah.
So this whole season they're trying to chase after her, and she's the bad guy. Um, and in order to help him get his brother out of jail, Cameron joins the FBI to solve deception related crimes. So, like, the first episode is a plane disappeared. And he's like, no, well, the plane didn't disappear. See, they're hiding it because of sleight of hand for a plane. See? So he, like, knocks down a wall. In retrospect, it's not as good as I thought it was when I was first watching it, but it's still a fun time, and each episode's like a different
Nice.
way that they use illusion to solve crimes. Um, and then just like in CW's The Flash, where you've always got Barry going to his dad in season 1 and saying, "I'm gonna prove you innocent. I'm gonna get you out of here."
Right.
That's Cameron and Jonathan. They're both played by the same guy because they're identical twins. Um, and Cameron's like, I'm gonna figure out a way to get you out of here and like prove you innocent. He
Mm-hmm.
never does. And the
Yeah.
end of the last episode, Jonathan says, no, no more promises, knocks Cameron out, swaps their
What?
clothes, leaves his brother in jail, and walks out free. And the season ends, and it was never
Nice.
renewed.
Nice.
And
That's
I'm
all
like,
you need.
come on. It's got to be so so good.
That's great.
It's great.
It reminds me of I think the best CW-ish type of show that ended but did it well. I think it was a 2-season show called Dollhouse. And
I know you've mentioned this title before. I think it's on my watch list because of you.
yeah, it's got the tropes. It's got the federal agent investigating the thing, doing the whatever. But the premise of it's sort of like almost like a military like idea where it's like young people can basically accept a large sum of money in exchange for basically not like for the next 2 years they're just going to skip over it. They're going to basically lose 2 years because this company is going to turn them into dolls effectively, and they're going to be rented out to the highest bidder for the next 2 years. And then at the end of 2 years they get to go back to their life and they're rich now. And
that's wild.
yeah, and of course because it's the show that it is, that means that they can, I mean, it's basically an implant, right? And you can learn anything, you can become different people, but the premise of the show is, or the question of the show is that kind of identity question. And the federal agent is going after this one girl specifically, but there's a whole institute, there's a whole house of these people, or there's a whole building full. And the question is, well, she goes away, but they need like a base level personality that's sort of blank. But as they do jobs and missions, and it's she learns how to fire guns and she's a fighter now, like some of that stuff kind of bleeds into this blank her, but that her is not her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's great because they knew they were getting canceled, so they spend the last couple of episodes basically showing you what like the 6th season would have been.
Yeah.
Where they like take the premise and go ape shit with it. And so that's kind of fun because they knew and they were sort of prepared, because normally shows kind of like saying, it's like, oh, it just has one cliffhanger. It's like, no, this one like abandoned all of its storylines and then jumped ahead and it's like, let's show you where we could have taken this, which is kind of, it's kind of worth it for that alone to see what ideas they were sort of building to. And they're like, all right, screw it. Let's just pop the lid on this and just show them what we were, bitterly fine here, everybody. This is what you'll never get to see us build to. Yeah, it was neat.
Yeah,
I mean, I appreciate it.
Before Julie and the Phantoms was canceled, back when it was in 15 months of purgatory.
Yeah.
I can't remember at what point, but I outlined how would I have the rest of the show go.
Sure.
And so when December comes around and they announce, yeah, there's no more of this show. Sorry, guys. I'm like, well, everyone around me online is like angry and in denial, and I kind of don't like that whole vibe, so I'm going to distance myself from it.
Sure.
But I'm also fine because I'm living in a headcanon world where there were 5 seasons and it ended in a really nice way. So
exactly. Yeah. You just go into that place. Just be
the
there.
Got bigger than the last one, and so by the end of it, it's like we're setting the entire imbalance of the world back into tune. But in doing that, we also have to make great personal sacrifice. So it ends on this really bittersweet note. But there's a lot of closure to it too. And no, not everyone would be happy with how it ends there, but it's a good, satisfying, reasonable conclusion to the story arcs that we've seen so far over the last 4 seasons that didn't exist. So that is a way to find closure, I suppose, is just write the rest of the show yourself.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Especially for something with so much potential. You were talking about flash forward, and it made me think of, there's this Hallmark series that my parents have been watching.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know much about it at all, but it's called The Way Home.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got time travel in it, but it's a Hallmark series.
Nice.
And I think it's like there's this magic lake where if you go into the lake, you can come out at another time. I think.
That's cool.
quote from Wikipedia, the series is a time travel drama about the lives of 3 generations of strong, willful, and independent Landry women who embark on a journey to find their way back to each other while learning important lessons about their family's past.
Well,
So each character has like 3 different actors that plays them at different ages, and they're interacting with different ages of each other.
that's neat.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I might like to watch it at some point, but
Oh, that reminds me. Watch Dark.
yeah. I've watched like 3 episodes of Dark. I have to keep going.
Yes, got to push
I was
through,
watching it with German audio and German subtitles.
which is fun. It's really fun to hear. Yeah, So here's an interesting
No,
thing.
with
So,
not English subtitles, German
right.
subtitles.
Oh, you're watching what you're that good, huh?
I was trying to get better because I was once that good.
Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't. Not with that show.
No, I had to stop.
They So it's a I believe it's a husband and wife that made that show. They were the showrunners for that show, and they made a not a follow up, but they made like a new show for Netflix. No, it was just. I mean, it's certainly like there are spiritual connections here and there in their stuff. They've clearly got some worlds they like building, but they didn't. They only got 1 season of their second show. It's called 1899.
I have that on my watch list as well.
It's great, but one of the big mistakes, of the show that probably screwed it up, or was maybe just like again way ahead of its time, or just too clever, or just whatever, is that the show really relies on you watching it in the like not dubbed. But when Netflix aired it, they defaulted everybody to watching like the English dubbed version. But the premise of the show is that it's a ship full of people that all can't communicate. And so there are even some characters who will switch languages depending on who they're talking to, or like to share information between them. And if you're not watching it correctly, you miss out on that. And it just seems like people are weird. So it's like a interesting nuance.
I would so much rather watch anything with subtitles.
It's way better, yeah. You can actually hear the... Now, I've watched Dark so many times, I've watched it both ways, just out of curiosity, but yeah.
Yeah, I need to go through and sit and watch Dark, but it's also a show where you can't multitask.
Yeah, that would be tough.
I could crochet while watching it.
I think so.
I could do that.
It's because here's the thing. It's not
if it's got German
fast moving. So much of it's.
I have to read.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's slow moving in the sense that every they take their time in telling the story. So it's not like you're gonna like, oh no, I looked away, so I missed a bunch of crucial stuff. But
yeah, no, I've watched I think 3 episodes. It definitely gives itself breathing room, which is nice.
Yeah, you'll get it, but it's a.
Yeah. But when I was watching it without any English, anything, I was like, well, I can only understand this if I am watching the words.
You gotta really, sure. Yep.
I gotta do the grammar.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Good shows.
Well, damn it.
And bad shows. What's wrong?
Oh, I made some progress, but I'll have to keep working on it.
I see good progress
back
here.
in order. I know.
I see some things that are right. I see some things that are wrong, but I know why you think they are the way they are.
Sure, that's fair. No, I think this is a good way for me to keep working on it. So I'll keep doing that.
When I was working, I started just collecting all of the One Piece words that I could.
Mm-hmm.
And then this connection I made between like 2 or 3 of them just cracked it open for me.
Nice.
And then that was my wait a second. And then I connected that to, well, I know this part of this word and this part of this word and this part of this word. And now that I know what I'm looking for, now I understand the whole thing. So like I said, you're not going to get it until you get it, and then you will.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
What is really fun though is once you do like this page right here,
Mm-hmm.
I can just read that. It's really fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, some of it pops at different times, and then others just I haven't solidified fully yet, of course. But oh well, I'll work on it
You
more
remember
tomorrow.
me saying that the word ruins only shows up in a couple places, but ruin is like all over?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see that like ruin hero is what you identified?
Mm-hmm.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, it really
It is
helps to find.
everywhere.
It really helps to find like the pieces of words and stuff, even though.
Hmm.
Yeah. So that, I mean, it's definitely. I've spotted it a few times just on these pages, and I mean, so this is what through 12. This is like 1/4 of the pages, so
Hmm.
I'll keep
You
going.
start being able to sight read some of those individual words, or what's the word for it? It's not sight read, sight words.
Yeah, you
It's a
just sort of
constant like teaching kids
um,
thing.
yeah, you just recognize it as a piece, as a chunk.
Yeah, you start getting sight words, but then the rest of it, you start being able to read bigger words. My example to construct was I just translated the word sarcophagi. I would never be able to get that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, but the word sarcophagi is in the lore somewhere.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, no, some of the words here are just like nasty looking.
Hmm.
And that's even considering that sometimes they must have been like, okay, screw it, we're just gonna put the English word here. Um,
I
there are a few
I
times
don't
like that where I'm
think
like, I wonder if that was a choice.
I don't think it was. I think they were being very strategic in what they revealed.
That too, yeah.
Their English words is just enough so that you can figure out enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like this here, the power to defy death.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you
Um,
get a long time ago, civilization, holy cross, power to defy death.
yeah.
You know, that's just right off the
And
bat.
then these are key words that keep showing up. You see Holy Cross in a few other places. You see power to defy death in a few
Mm-hmm.
other places.
Yep.
And then maybe if you're being clever, you can connect. Oh, this lore page, it's got the power to defy death. It's got cathedral on the next page. Maybe I need to go there in order to get this thing. How do I get there?
Right. Yeah, definitely. Or at least
Yeah.
like those words will pop when you then see them, on the map or referenced by somebody that you talk to. That's what isn't present here is the other thing that I did last time was try to mine all of the things that the foxes say.
Oh, all of
Um,
the NPC words.
all the NPC words, yeah.
Those
There's
ones
a
are
there's a
the
bunch.
NPC dialogue is honestly adorable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's looking for
Um,
I have it in here somewhere. All right, that's what I was working on and had made some progress with, but
the NPCs are really cute.
which I should
And
probably.
I was so glad that I learned to read this and I did so much practicing and reading all the pages I got
Mm-hmm.
because when I finally died and I meet these NPCs, I can just read their stuff in real time.
Yeah,
And that was a really special feeling.
definitely. Hmm. Well. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for
This
all
has been
your
a good
clues and stuff.
conversation.
Yeah, definitely. Good to
My
chat.
one clue.
I
My
know
one
it's.
clue that wasn't even a clue. It was
I've
just a
got
try this.
I've got the ding one. So we'll see
Yeah.
if I can skate through the rest. Otherwise, I'll.
It also wasn't even like baby clue because it wasn't a clue. It was just a stop doing the big words, silly.
Nah, I'm still not
Yeah.
stopping doing that though. Well, it's tough because for me, I feel like I
So
have to
definitely keep using
shift
them.
back and forth. Yeah,
Keep
definitely.
using them, but the little ones will help.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And this took me so far, and then it's like the pages and context help so much.
Yes,
So
for
I'll
sure.
just keep doing that.
Yeah, my pages I used were the controls
Mm-hmm.
through, I think it was like pages 10 through 14, 10 through 15. So
Yeah.
the most boring pages, because it's like, here's how to use this mechanic, and here's
Right.
how to use this mechanic.
Definitely. Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good to get some more. Yeah.
Yeah, the game screen is where I started, but the game screen page is where I learned my first word for sure,
Uh-huh.
because it's got the arrow pointing to the fox, and
Yes.
it says something something, and then in parentheses it says you,
Yes. Yeah,
and that's how I learned the word you.
that was early for me too. Yeah, getting the ooh sound is pretty important.
Yeah,
Some for a lot of the little words.
yeah,
But yeah, there's a few places like that where it's like it's still a bit of a jump, but it's like, oh, that's probably what it is, and yeah, that was early for me too. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I guess I could always just go back on stream and find it because I've done most of this
yeah.
on stream, if I really cared to. But
Okay, well, yeah, I've missed this. This is fun.
yeah, no, me too. Hopefully, I mean, well, hey, maybe next time we'll catch Jesse too. That way he can.
Ayo,
That way he
maybe.
cannot give me so much crap next time.
If you're for real doing this tomorrow, I can only be around until like 10:30 maybe.
No, you're fine. I'll. Well, I mean, that's I really do want to. Not that I don't enjoy the process, but I do want to move it out of my mind and into another place. So I probably will hit it and see how far I can get. I think I'm close.
I think you're close too. I think
Yeah.
you never know how much longer it's going to be, because I know as soon as
Yep.
you pull that pin, it's all going to come tumbling
Then
down.
it's
So I
all.
want
Then
to be
it's.
here to see when it
Oh,
happens.
sure. No, I get that. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Maybe I
I
can get
hope
an
I don't
earlier
sound like
start
I'm
tomorrow.
taunting or anything. Like, nah, 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 nah. You don't have it yet. That's
No,
not.
it's not that. No, it doesn't bother me. It's just a
Okay.
game.
Yeah. I'm so excited. This puzzle's so good. I'm so excited for you to feel like experience solving it.
Hell yeah. All right. Well,
Okay.
have a
Have a
good
good
one.
night.
Yep. Catch you next time.
Bye.
Bye bye. And that's it for us too. Yeah. Catch you guys next time. It's so late. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.